Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I am once again playing Planet Zoo, but I've had to change my plans, and I will be explaining that in just a little bit. So I will be continuing with the Nocturne Zoo tonight, my glorious zoo with only nocturnal animals that is only open at night. And while the original plan was to work on this enclosure right here, the new DLC pack was announced, and I realized that I'm probably going to want some stuff from that new DLC when I build this particular enclosure. So my thought was that instead, I should turn my attention over this way and deal with the terraforming issue over here and the train tracks and running some path and all of that hoorah, shall we say. But that also means that I need to take all the stuff that I've been piling up over here for convenience and move it somewhere else. So I am going to let time run because there's no reason not to. We'll let the train actually go. And in the meantime, I'm going to grab all of this. Come on. Oh, are you not going to let me use the key? Fine, I'll use this. We're going to grab all of this. All of it, I said. Oh, climbing enabled. Oh, that's not something we want. How long has that been on? Okay, let's make sure that I grabbed the rocks and the outlines and everything, but not anything I don't want, which includes this tree. I do not need or want... Oh, that's why the climbing was enabled. Aha. Apparently I have not done anything about the trees over there yet, so I will be fixing that in just a moment. But for now, I'm just gonna grab these. And we are going on a field trip. Very slowly. Southward. Southward. More southward. Further southward. A lot more southward. Okay. There. Just gonna lift these up a little more. Also going to come through and try and get all the trees that I've missed. No, not that. No. Some of these trees exist and some of them don't, and that is fun. This is one of the things that I do in order to save my frame rate. Which is to... Oh, I'm gonna have to do something about that, apparently, so we'll look at that in a moment. One thing that will really help your frame rate and your computer's processing power is to turn off the climbing on anything that is not going to be climbed. Like, leave it on for when you have climbing creatures. So for like my beautiful red pandas over here, the stuff in their pen, the climbing is turned on in here for my little beauties. But nothing else is, because I don't have any... Well, there's also the fossa over there. So the fossa and the red pandas, the climbing is turned on for them, but none of the other creatures need to climb. But the computer keeps trying to calculate climbing paths for everything climbable, which does take up some of your processing power. Takes up a remarkable amount of your processing power, so it's best to turn off climbing on everything that you can turn off climbing. Anywhere where the creatures aren't going to be climbing it. Now, what is this about Jeremiah Flynn not being able to find a staff room? No path to my work zone from here. What are you doing in there? Why are you in the castle? Why are you outside the zoo, you fool? There's actually a staff room somewhere behind these ticket booths. So this is ridiculous. You come with me because you want to live and you want to rest. We're just gonna drop you over here, which is nearby enough to a staff room that you should be able to make use to it. How did you get over there? How did you get over there? Okay, he's fine. He's fine. You belong to the... How did you belong to the snake garden? You belong to the snake garden? What are you doing over here? What are you doing all the way over here? You were all the way outside of the zoo, you fool. The snake garden is over here. Why? How? When? There! You're right by your staff room now. What on earth? Okay, hopefully he will go to his staff room now. Yes, there he goes, yes. He goes through that door and he heads straight into the staff room. Here he is in the beautiful little staff room. He loves it. Staff room is so far away. Yeah, I fixed it for you. How? He left the zoo. He left the zoo. What even happened there? Alright, so as I was saying, what needs to be done here is this path right here that is a dead end. I need to bring this path around and across the train tracks so it can go out that way. The train tracks need to be shifted so that I can terraform this area, because right now this slope is too pronounced and it needs to be depronounced. This area of the zoo is a little bit complicated because there isn't actually a lot of zoo space in this direction. The line is right over here, which as far as zoos go is not very far at all. So there's going to be like an edge of habitats along here, but this is going to be the western edge of the zoo, and most of the zoo will extend southward. So the thing is that this slope is too much, and I need to adjust it, mostly so that we don't have this going on. This little cliff thing that's happening at the side of the path needs to be not happening. That sort of fun stuff. So I hope y'all enjoyed the amount of time that the zoo was actually running and doing things, because I'm going to have to put it on pause for a really long time, because I'm going to be fooling around with the train tracks. And I pause the zoo when I have the train turned off. So unfortunately, that is a thing that's going to be happening. So start with, we go to the train, we close the train, and then we edit track. Whoop, hey, careful there. Now, from about, let's see, the terraforming needs to extend quite far, so I'm gonna back her up and, you know what, I'm gonna back it up to where we rise here. So we're just gonna take all of this out here. Because frankly, this is really messy anyway. I want to keep this curve, but I really need to terraform through here, so unfortunately this pretty curve is going to have to go away. We're going to back it up all the way to there. Yes, I know you have a problem because your track is incomplete. And I'm just going to take this. I use it as a marker, so I'm just going to hover that over there for now. Oh, one moment. I have an emergency that needs to be addressed. Hello, my apologies for that sudden go away there. That was an emergency call, and I wanted to make sure that I got that, which I did. And thankfully it was not an emergency that I have to run away and end stream or anything. But yeah, that was a bit scary. Especially like that particular call, I'm not supposed to be the person that they call. So, gonna have to fix that, but, you know, problems for future me. Okay, where was I? Oh yes, I have deleted the train tracks, and I'm very sad because I really liked this particular curve. It was perfect. They didn't touch this area that they didn't want to touch at all, but something really needs to be done about this slope is the problem. So what I'm going to do is, I'm not sure here. I kind of want to smooth this out, but I think I'm gonna have to shove it down a bit first. So I'm going to make my thing very large, and I'm gonna get kind of pushy about this. Oh, that I did the wrong one. I'm going up instead of down. Oh dear. So this is the reason why I deleted the train track, because like the paths, you can't exactly terraform around the train tracks. I can push the ground away underneath it, but let's get a little bit smaller here and just flatten out around the path area here. Whoop! Like, I don't mind there being this big slope here, it's just a little too big. It's a lot too big. So I'm going to try and make it less of a slope. Just try to, like, I don't really want these like cliff edges that are happening here. I kind of want a nice smooth slope. Which is why I'm shoving and smoothing and shoving some more. Because while I don't want it perfect, I do want it a lot smoother than it is. Because unfortunately I have not personally found a way to, you know, say, hey, this is a slope without using the stamp tool. And I feel like the stamp tool just ends up with things being just too regular. So we end up with this method instead. And, you know, adjusting so that we don't have any pits next to our next to my path. There's very little I can do to prevent the cliff thing from happening over here. I might have to attempt to incorporate that somehow. But yeah, mostly what I want at this point is something slightly more like this. And especially, I kind of want my train track to be on the ground instead of floating above the ground, especially since that'll make it easier to put a path over it. So okay. And there is the follow-up call to that emergency that I got before. All right, folks. Just give me a moment here. Hello. Here I am back again. Basically the first call that I got there was an emergency call that wasn't actually an emergency, and that phone call was just the person that the emergency wasn't about calling to tell me that it wasn't an emergency. Because that's just the way my family works these days. So that's a whole thing that's happening. And the question I'm trying to like get myself back into thoughts and dealing with things. I think the only way to find out if I've smoothed this out enough is to bring the train back through. But I have a feeling that this is still a problem. So I think I'm going to shove it some more. I think I'm going to turn my size up and shove it some more. I'm going to shove it pretty hard because we want to bring this right down. Like that. And then smooth. And see, that area is definitely sticking up, so shove, 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 shove. Shove it down, suppress, suppress. And then smooth it over. Okay, now the idea will be to try and bring the train through the area that I've smoothed, come around this on a fairly wide arc, and back to connect up with the end there. So now it's time to battle some more train track. Whoop! Whee! And do not want auto tunnel. We don't want height markers. We might as well have track supports. I'm going to turn off the snap because I'm going to try to be a little... bring it up just enough. And then bring it down. And over this way. And up just enough. I can't believe I'm being so careful about this when it's all temporary, but... And bring it back over this way. And like this. I'm trying to get this sucker to be aimed in the direction that I want it to be, which is towards the area that I've just all terraformed. Which is more like that, yes. Oh, we risin', that's not good. Back up, back up. Course correct, course correct. Bring her back to the ground. Yeah, like this. Except that we are rising again. We can really see where my terraforming ended, and it's not just because of the grass. Okay, I'm gonna have to fool around a bit here because we are further above ground than I want to be, but... But this is hopefully something that I can fix. Oh boy, that is really high. But as far as I can tell, it is in fact going flat, I think. So I may well be able to terraform my way out of what's happening here. Except not quite. Let me stop there. Now, I'm fairly certain that the train track is in fact going flat along here, so I may be able to fool around with things. So, back to the terrain. We're going to use the pole. Yeah, we are having an issue. Okay. Gonna have to undo a bunch of this train track, I'm afraid. Which also means undoing that terraforming that I attempted Come on, come on, come on. Undo! And back up the train to there. And I think what I'm going to have to do is flatten to terrain from here, which is gonna be interesting. So let's go a bit narrower. That's kind of where I want the train track to be going through. I will deal with this in a bit. So yeah, I am probably going to end up with a bit of a cliff edge. And I'm gonna have to endeavor to figure out how to deal with that. I'll figure it out as it goes. So you've got to be kidding me. That is... Is it trying to go downward? I want it to be flat. I want to believe that that's flat and not rising. Oh man, what is even happening here? I don't know why it keeps trying to go downward. You'd better not be rising above ground level. Oh, you are rising above ground level. Back up. Back up, I said. This is because I don't have tunneling turned on, but tunneling causes more problems than it fixes when it comes to the tracks for stuff like this, so... Now, I'd like to note for the record, y'all saw me smooth this terrain. You all saw me take it to... Okay, I need to stop here for a moment. Because we have problems here. there is no reason why the train tracks should be doing what they did. Probably just gonna have to live with it, but I don't have to like it. I have the intensity turned too high up. That's my problem there. Let's try this again, but remember to turn down the intensity. Because I don't actually want to shove the dirt terribly far, I just want to, like, not be covering the train tracks. Okay. A myriad of sins can be hidden, but the fact that this flat map isn't actually flat, I'm not sure that it can be. I think I might have to back this all up and try again, which really annoys me. But I wonder if I come in here and I say autocomplete. Oh, you perform horror. Oh, what have you done? Oh, that's a no from me. Okay, and this is why the stream title is what it is, because I'm probably going to be battling with this all evening. Maybe not that wide. Let's... Flatten to surface has failed me. Flatten to foundation. This will give me a level surface to work on. Unfortunately, it does not stop the fact that the station is lower than this zone that I'm building. But hopefully I can do something about that. Namely by getting a little pushy. Well, I've officially made things worse. I might still be able to work with it, though. But yeah, I prefer flattened to surface most of the time because flattened to foundation does look kind of a natural, but... And we are fully underground. Oh dear. We'll bring you up to visibility. Then flatten you out. Okay, if I turn auto tunneling on, are you going to propagate horror? Please don't, please don't, please don't. Like, I want to believe that that is correct and good. I want to believe. But is it? Autocomplete failed, you say? Oh, that's spectacular. What the heck are you doing there? Why are you doing that little lump? You shouldn't be doing that little lump. It's fine up to here. Hold up. Nope, nope. You are not playing with that end. We're playing with this end. This is one of the reasons why I dislike the auto-tunneling. It does such weird shiz. No, bring yourself back to the ground. If we have a little lump, I can aesthetically work with that. And then autocomplete fails again. I'm gonna undo a bunch of stuff here. Because that line that the track was doing there, is it even supposed, I don't even know if I want it supposed to be like that, but for the love of... Thank you! Okay. Kinda, sorta, mostly got this together. We still have some wonkiness going on, but I'm going to try and live with it, I think. Although I would really like to fix what's going on in here. Like, that curve is good. Turn off auto tunnel. The stuff from, like, here to like there. For crying out loud, I would like... See, instead of that weird S-curving thing that I was doing, this is a much smoother curve. So, yeah. We're gonna call this track section complete. And going to grab my tower. And the tower, like, basically goes here because this is about where the nice stuff ends. So I do still need to mess with the terraforming. Like, the trick is I want to keep the slope over here because of the way that I built the waterfalls. But this slope I would like to be more usable to me. So So now that I've got the train basically how I want it to be, let's turn it back on. And I can let time run. Because I'm going to terraform around. Game, hello? Why won't you let me... Houston, the game is not responding to me. It's not my keyboard. My keyboard works just fine. My keyboard is working. Okay. But why is the game not responding? Please... What is the problem here? What have I done? Oh no. Oh, Houston, why do we have so many problems today, Houston? Okay, Task Manager says the game is running properly. Oh, I would really like to save everything that I just did there. I don't want to shut it down just because it's not answering my phone calls. I don't understand what has gone wrong here. This is the first time that Planet Zoo has done this. Huh. It's like the game is there, but it's also not there at the same time. Oh, wait. Oh, for the love of God, save. Okay, do I have my zoo back? I do not have my zoo back. Okay, I think what I need to do is shut down this program and start it back up again. So just give me a moment here as I have to force the program down because it is not... It's back to not answering my calls. I pray that it actually saved. Because I don't want to have to go through all that again. Please don't make me have to force you down. Please. Oh. Alright, you, me, the task manager. Oh boy, why did that happen? That has... I have had problems with Planet Zoo before, but I have not had this particular problem with Planet Zoo before. And it doesn't want to start up again until it finishes updating its cloud state. Okay, there we go. And come on, game, come on. I am spending an awful lot of my stream on the Be Right Back screen tonight. I do apologize. Yeah, we're just gonna get this sucker started up. Yep. And... Okay. Load the zoo, please. You can see the glorious loading screen for Planet Zoo here as we come back, hopefully, to my train tracks being where they're supposed to be. Knock on wood. Animals will be fed if moved to quarantine, which can be useful in emergencies. Yes, I've used that in my franchise zoos from time to time. Starting a franchise zoo is hard. Okay, the train tracks look right. The train tracks look right. Are we responding to my keyboard? We are. Ha! Okay. It's not the best situation, it must be admitted. The tracks are a little ugly through here, but... And the station is counted as being open, so everything got reconnected properly this time. Whether or not I'm passing too close to all of this, let's find out. Guess negative impact. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. We good. We good on that front. I do have some adjusting here. So let's bring ourselves out a little wider and give this terrain a little yank. And then smooth, 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 smooth. Smooth, smooth. I'm fine with leaving that a bit of a cliff, but... Okay. Now to the next fun part, which is this path right here. Which is going to be really fun because it keeps trying to go that way. So, far enough away from the train station that it doesn't have a knip. And then try to give this as smooth a junction as I can. Good enough. Let's bring this down to 2, just to give me a little more control. Like the path does not want to be too close to the train station or the train tracks, so I do have. We also want to make sure that it doesn't try to connect to the staff paths up here. So. For the love of, let go of things. I want this here. And then we'll bring it back here once again as smoothly as I can. So yeah, I am going to be doing this as like a series of dots, just to manipulate the path into going where I want it to go. It's the only way. Now I want the path to go up here over the train tracks. So this is going to be actually the tricky part. Because I want the path to go up here, I think. So if I put a dot like right here, the tunneling makes me scream. Are we high enough on the train tracks is the question. Oh, you're doing like that, are you? I don't want you to do like that. Stop. I want to cross the train tracks, like, right here. And like that. We'll deal with the other part of that later. And we want to have these connect as smoothly as possible. And like that. Now, what I'd love to do is to have the path come along this side of the train tracks as well as that side of the train tracks, but because of the way that I'm crossing the train tracks here, I don't think that's going to be possible, which is unfortunate, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So yeah, actually I'm not going to deal with the other end of that particular bridge for now. Mostly because I haven't figured out, like, this path is going to connect across here somewhere, I think, and to this one. But, yeah. I haven't quite worked out how that is going to be going. I think from the middle-ish of this area. So if the crossing is here, and then like this, and like that. And should I force it to T-junction, or is this good enough? These are not bridges that I'm going to be able to cover myself, which does make me a little sad, but... okay, like that. And then... here. And that goes this way. And this way, although I'm not sure what this way is doing, so we're going to leave that part alone. I just wanted to have the end off here that wasn't connected to the bridge. Like that. And then over here, up here, this whole zone is very messy. Very, very messy. And I still haven't finished terraforming. Please, please, please. Come on, please. What do you mean you won't connect? Wait. Oh, I had it there for a moment. There it is. There it is. Oh. Oh, that decided not to be a staircase. Oh. Oh dear, the poor people. And this is that edge of the zoo, so the path doesn't go this way. Like this. This looks like kind of a midway point between the two, right? Try to get something resembling a nice curve out of this. Okay, so what's happening around here is, well, we have this enclosure that I'd already set up. Somewhere in here I'm putting another food court and another enclosure. These guys can continue being over there, I think. An enclosure goes here. And enclosures all along here. Because I don't like having path be the outer edge of the zoo, basically. So I can actually send the food court out this way. But yeah, there's going to have to be a staff area in here somewhere to serve the enclosures through here, and also to be the staff room for the food court. Where should I put that? Where is the nearest food? The nearest... There's a drink stand just over here and toilets here, but I think the nearest food is that. I think maybe the food court goes right here. Which actually kinda gets around the whole cliff thing in this area. Like, I don't want to put an enclosure in on this cliff, but I can probably do a not half bad food court. But also, let me take my paths. We're going to put railing on elevated. And I don't usually like using the default railings and stuff, but since these are all such weird ass shapes, this is the only way to make curved railings. I make my own curved railings. You couldn't pay me enough. So this enclosure goes in here, up against the train tracks, up against the path. And another enclosure goes here. Once I figure out what size this ends up being. And a food court here. We should put the staff buildings on this absolutely wicked slope that is going on here, I think. Like if I make them sort of a stilt building, like over here it's up on stilts because it's a 2-story building. But if I sort of stilt the staff buildings next to the train tracks, I think that'll work, and then I can have like smaller enclosure here. And something that needs a lot of space, something that needs less space. This is actually a difficulty to me. I think I'm actually not going to put an enclosure there. I think I'm going to like slam down forest there, like the forest that I have over at the eastern edge. Because I don't want to have to try and figure out viewing areas for this wonky ass space. And that also gives me like something to do around the top of the waterfalls. But yeah, I have some plans. I think I should start with the staff buildings and the food court. But I also think that I need to do a little more pushing things around. Let's just shove this edge. And then smooth it out. I will figure out what to do with this edge in a bit, but... Yeah. Okay, I just realized that what I need to do is check my power situation out here. So, power. Oh! Haha! Okay, so, change of plans. The staff buildings actually need to go around here. Possibly we have the staff buildings next to the food court for convenience. Because I need power through this zone. Let's see. Power station. Power transformer. Actually, putting the staff buildings approximately where I was thinking would work a little better. That will give me full coverage. If I put it like here... Which way around are you facing? Seriously. You're facing that way. I can work with that, actually, I think. The question is, are you too close to the train tracks? Let's find out. Okay, if that transformer is living there... The negative impact is indeed touching the train tracks, as you can tell just barely here. But I should be able to shrink that with buildings. Okay. Oh, we are going to have such a fun time with terraforming here. I wonder, can I just like move this up? Just up? Like bonk that up to there? Yes, yes I can. Okay, we're cooking with gas now. Okay, facilities. Staff facilities. We need a staff room, which I don't see any reason why not to use a large one, because I have the budget. And rotate that. No, wait, that's not the way I want it to be facing. Like, I want the windows to be looking at the train tracks here, so we'll put it like this. And then I need a keeper hut. I also see no reason not to have a large one. I am also going to make its windows face the train tracks here. Do I need anything other than these 3 items? I'm gonna have to double check. Okay, the thing I need to check is the water coverage. Right. This is the reason why this particular thing is here, because that way I can take advantage of the thing that's keeping the moat and the lake clean for this particular enclosure. So that's still covered, and as long as I don't put any aquatic creatures in around here, I do not need to put in another water transformer here. And since I have other plans for where to put my aquatic creatures, we're sitting pretty. We are sitting very pretty. A little blind, but pretty. Okay. So I'm going to get in here with my smoothing tool and smooth, 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 smooth. There. The paths are doing some really wonky things around here, and I despair of what to do about this, but future foxwine problems. I think I do want to rotate the transformer so that I can make this a more compact building. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this space. Possibly I'll put an owl in there, but I think I want everything like facing that way. So let's get into this group. And like this, and yeah, I want it right where it is. And then move this over, and yeah, like that. And then staff path, align to grid because it's just easier that way. Grab the grid from here. Oh, come on. Really? Fine. And bring this out here like this. Ta-da! And then realize that I still had the railings on elevated, turned on. So let's just turn that off. Because I don't want to deal. There will be a little bit of wonkiness that I need to cover up here. And here. All of this is just a little bit weird and will need to be dealt with, but let's get this staff building built. Select group, edit, architecture, walls. We use the conservation walls. And let's start with this. Was black the color I used, or was it some sort of weird gray? Hold on a moment. You know, I've been doing all this without my cursor light on. Yeah, those suckers are black in there. Okay. Them some real black walls. And the pity is I can't use this window. Oh well. That. What are you doing? Why are you doing it like that? Game, why can't you and I get along? Why can't you and me be buddies? Why can't we be pals? Why can't you cooperate? That. And like that. Yeah, that looks about right. And then we put a door there. And there's the footprint of my building. It's honestly a pity that there isn't a version of the staff room that has the door on the other side, or else I would have been able to make this a more compact building. But oh well. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to come around with this 1 meter. I did not put that in the right place. See, that's a good reason to have checked. That's the right place. Like, this is mainly going in so that we can't see the edges of the path. Partially because they oogly and partially because this way just looks better. I will still have to put some sort of floor on, but I will figure that out. And then down here we have the wood slat, the wood plank. Excuse me. Which we just mash into the conservation wall, like so. And I hecked one up. Gotta make sure it's fully mashed into the wall, or else things end up looking a little off. Whoops. I'll come around and do the baseboards in a bit. Okay, one more. Like that. And then we'll just do the windows. Do the windows, I said. Me. Oh, I missed a whole ass wall. Like that. And then we come in and I despair of the baseboards because they are... Why are you going out? Why are you insisting upon doing it like this? Okay, fine, I will fight you to the end on this. Why are you like this? Why are you sticking out? Why are you sticking out when I want you in? Well, we're just gonna have to live with this as a stylistic choice because I can't fight it into doing anything else, so, interesting choices the game forces me into sometimes. Not had this problem. Like, it's supposed to go like that. Why wouldn't it go like that? See, now one side, one of them goes in and the other one... Why? Why? What sorcery did I accidentally perform here? Just gonna have to plant plants so that, like, the one place where it's not following this scheme is... Come on. Okay, okay, okay. I am slowly but surely getting control of this. I mean, I was already going to have to do extensive planting, but Okay, now let's go over here. Oh, you know, I did absolutely nothing to disguise anything that was going on there. I'm gonna have to come up with something new. Although for the balcony, I did do like that. Sure, I guess. Actually, what if I just came in here and did a floor of the conservation and didn't put the wood on it? I think that would be fine. I think that would be absolutely fine. So, let's flat roofs and floors. Where is the conservation? Where is the flat conservation? I know it's in here somewhere. Oh, it's not in the wood is what it is. Conservation. There we are. Why is it underground like that? Why is it all the way over there like that? Why is it doing any of these things? Like that? See, why when I zoom in does it go all the way over there where I can't see it? Okay, let me in here. Is this because of the auto stacking? Like, if I turn the auto stacking off, is it going to be more cooperative? Yeah, look at it go. Look at it go. Look at it cooperate now. Okay, it was the auto stacking. The auto stacking was my enemy. Do I have to extend it further than that? Whoop. No, I don't want to be in the ground, thank you. I don't know if I'm going to be looking at things from the right angle to see this again, but just in case I am. There we go. Okay, and for some reason this ended up here, so let's make it go away. Let's head over to this group for a moment. What is this? East Asia Painted Timber Column. Alright. And we will take this color and we will copy it. Thank you. East Asia Painted Timber Column, huh? Okay. East Asia let's see, painted timber column. Yep, that's the stuff. And then the color is this. And we make sure that sucker is fully upright. Now, I didn't rotate that power thing when I put it in. which means that this building should be on the world axis. Which means that this part should be relatively simple. Assuming that I have not impaled this column fully into the counter here. Nope, I have not. Okay, we good. So, put that there, and then, whoop, nope, we are not on the world axis here. That's great. So I'll just have to manually set everything. That's about the right place there. And then one goes here, I'd say. Oh, I only grabbed one arrow, not the corner that I meant to. Come here, come with me. This goes in this corner here. Whee! Like that. Good enough. And in this corner here. I've got random rotation on. That's why I'm having so many problems. It's not that the building isn't on the world axis at all. It's because I'm a fool. Okay. It's good to know these things. And here. Oh, and the climbing is all enabled. It's something I'm gonna have to fix when I'm bring this here. I am feeling reasonably okay about the spacing of this stuff. Now let's make sure that everything's touching the ground. That goes like that. Goes like that. Like that. And like that. Excellent. Okay. Next most important thing, the roof. So the roof over here is vertical wooden plank roof, 1 meter. And the color is this, which we're going to copy. And then return to this group. And down, oh wait, I'm still in flat floors. vertical wooden plank roof. There it is. Now let's find the 1 meter corner. There. And the color, like that. Hit enter, apply. This is the advantage of using basically the same design for the entire all of my staff buildings having the same design, so that I can just, you know, I don't have to redesign it every time I build some staff buildings. I like that. That ended up being kind of a perfect square, so I'm actually going to let this double rise because it will end up looking real nice like that. Okay, and then what door am I using for this again? What door am I using for this? Back over here. I know I put a door on you. No, I did not put a door on you. There's that door, but it doesn't count. We're gonna need a different staff building. You have doors. You have the New World single door. So back over here, grab this group. And New World single door. One of these ones. Probably this one? Yeah, that one kind of looks right. I'm gonna have to make a frame for this. We'll get to that in a jiff. I don't really like this door for this. Kind of want to use this one. Like this. Yep. Okay, and then I want slat. No, I want conservation. Because the conservation slats. Oh, is it not that? Is that not the name? Am I in the wrong thing? Let's try this again. There we are. There we are. Conservation slat cladding beams. just about the right color. Close enough to count, anyway. Can I get away with a 2 meter? I probably can from being quote-unquote stylistic. So I do like this. That's probably going to need to be adjusted, but keeping the depth. I think I can get away with using the 4 meter here because, yeah, that's never ever going to be visible, so. So like that. And like this. Yeah, I'll call that good. Like, I might want to twitch this one just a little more this way. Just a little. Just a little, I said, game. And then... it doesn't have to be perfectly centered, it just has to be eyeball centered. Okay. Back to lights. Hanging lights. Actually, no, wait. Yes? Oh, maybe if we turn off conservation I'll be able to see. There we are, the Australian wall light. Let's get this fairly centered on this one board here. Make sure we raise it above where the door is going to be swinging. And sink it into the wall just enough that it looks like it's screwed on there. Ta-da! And then I realized I didn't put the eaves on. And also why this particular... okay, I realize why this didn't work, so... that one was not in the right place. I fixed it! Alright, let's put the eaves on before I forget again. Vertical slat roof. Vertical slat roof. There it is. 1 meter corner eave. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. That goes there. And there. And there. I haven't quite lined it up, but it's fine. And there. As long as it's internally consistent, it will look fine. And 1 meter eave. Oh, which then makes all my corners look wrong. Thanks. That's great of you. That's lovely. I will fix the corners. Why do you decline being fixed? Oh, it's just gonna be like that, apparently. Alright, fine. that'll do it, I think. I mean, unless I want to put another post in, like right here, might be a good idea. Like right about here. Yeah. And with any luck, just building the building around it will have made the area shrink. But first, disable all climbing for that group. Thank you. Okay. Wanted to make sure I got that before I forgot. Okay. Negative impact on guests. It is still touching the train track. I can fix this, she said with confidence. What I need are some trees. Some very big trees. Maybe not quite that big, but you know what? You will do nicely. For this, trees work better than anything else. But yeah, we just come through. We fill the general zone with plant life. I could put the trees fully underground and still get the effect, but I kind of like how these guys look as bushes anyway, so. And they also hide a multitude of sins when it comes to the architecture. Where I have to be a little more careful because the trees will push themselves through the floor if I am not careful. So I gotta take a look inside every now and then just to make sure I'm not committing terrible sins. Terrible sins. Greater than the ones that I'm attempting to hide right now. Are these climbable? They are not. Perfect. Perfect choice. Okay. Obviously there will need to be more done around here, but that's a start, and Oh, look at that! The red isn't touching the train tracks anymore. Trees work really well for this particular trick. Trees work better than any other plant for this particular trick. So, we have some staff buildings. And because I've got that all set up now, I can unpause. And yeah, I think I love the noises the hyenas make. It's why I've been so sad to be on pause for so much of this stream so far. Listen to those glorious noises they make. Anyway, I think that this area is going to be a really good one for a food court because there's no way that I'm getting a reasonable habitat into this weird-ass shape. And the nice thing about food courts is that they don't offer a negative influence to, like, say, trains. Speaking of, this is still running like it's supposed to, right? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. The train is out there somewhere. Where? We can't be certain. But, yeah, for a food court, well, for the court here, I think I'm, you know, well, actually, let's look at the people's needs. Let us gaze upon the needs of the people. Admittedly, there's not very many people out this way, but we're going to blind ourselves anyway. Guest needs. Hunger. Yeah, there are a bunch of hungry people over here. Thirst. Not so many thirsty people. I do know that I have like a drink stand over here, which may well be helping, but ooh, that's quite the cluster of thirst. I've always found that thirst tends to be more prevalent than hunger, so I am a little surprised that there is more hunger than thirst around here. Not by a big margin, but it's possibly because of the drink stand that I have here, and there is another one over here. So I can probably get away with one food place and one drink place. And a toilet, and, you know, I think just a memento, because I like to scatter those around a bit. So, facilities. Guest facilities. I think I'm going to start with the just a memento. Oh. Yeah, I'm keeping this particular food court fairly close to the ground, just because things are so wonky around here. Okay, that's the just a memento. And then, let's put a drink of some sort in. Milkshakes, juice, smoothies, water. Not coffee, I think. I am too hot to put down coffee. You know what? Let's put down a milkshake stand. It has been ages. We'll have that face this way. I'll put that in here. Method in the madness, this I swear. And toilet. And, food. Not Bernie's Bakes, not with a milkshake place right there. Not an ice cream. Missy Good, no. Mexcellente. You know what? I haven't put in a pizza pen in a very long time. And I just realized that I should be pausing this because there's horrible things happening to my employees over here. So much time on pause, so little time to enjoy the hyenas. Alright, before I put the paths in, let's... I have ways of fixing you. I'm gonna use the herringbone here, just because I can. Align to grid. Oh, no, don't do that. You need to be a T-junction. This is very important. I don't like that second one that I just put in. Let's undo that one. And put it in here instead. No, T-junction. Why do you not keep this setting? Now, ordinarily, I would turn this into an ATM corner, but nobody ever uses the ATMs in my zoo because I allowed my people to have infinite money, or my guests to have infinite money, so they never need the ATMs. So, Okay, this is a good start, and I got rid of that weird spike of terrain. I have to admit, I'm just not sure about this second path, to be honest. Oh, we have to make sure that the Missy is... Sorry, that the just a memento is actually connected. What have I told you about your T-junction? I will force that T-junction every time. Very important when you're joining two separate kinds of path to have the joint be clean. So remembering to turn on your T-junctions. When you're joining the same path, you can be a little messy. Like, this is a little messy. But when you're joining two different paths, you don't really want a weird line, is what I'm saying. Okay. Like, normally I would extend the path this way and have a little ATM corner because it feels better. And I think I might do that anyway, just because, you know, even though they're not using them, it feels weird to not be putting in ATMs. So, let's grab this grid and go this way with it. And we'll have a nice little ATM corner in there. What do I want this to look like? Actually, I can unpause now because they are connected to the path system. Speaking of, actually, I don't want to be in construction right now. I actually want to use my path to shove the terraforming there. Method in the madness. We'll work that out. But yeah. Okay. Back to construction. What am I feeling like? I don't think I want to do the Arctic wood. The Australia wood is... It just feels so bright for the zoo. I have used it here and there, but dang, bright. Not metal slats. That's dry stone? I mean, I do like the shop fronts in the dry stone. Yeah, let's do the stone. Let's do the dry stone simply because I'm not gonna have to decorate it too much. Okay, and for the ATM corner, where's the square arch? Why is there only the round arch? I mean, I'll work with the round arch, but I would prefer to use the square one. Oh, and it's the same problem for the toilet. Wait a minute. Oh, there is no square arch. That is a problem. The toilets end up looking a little weird if you don't have a square arch for them. I guess we're not doing this in the dry stone after all, simply because of what I'm building here. I think stone does actually make me happy though, so perhaps the rustic stone or the twilight stone? Or if I come all the way down here. I'm not really feeling the Twilight Mason work here. Oh, I did forget one other thing that I should be doing. I need 2 work zones. 2 new work zones. Oops, wrong one. Over here. Staff. Work zones. New work zone. Staff room. Oops, not the toilet. Those three things. And let's see, what is the naming scheme that I'm using for this? Oh man. Oh, vendor, okay. Vendor group north west. Yeah. And then Bernice works for vendor group Northwest. Jan works for vendor group Northwest. And Desiree works for vendor group Northwest. I might actually expand it to just be vendor group West, but it does depend on how much stuff I put in. So for now it's going to be Northwest, with the possibility that it just becomes a really big vendor group that covers a lot of ground. We'll see. And we actually add a floating vendor who's going to spend most of their time very, very bored. Because, hi, you belong to vendor group Northwest. And it's going to be a very empty work zone at the moment, but we're going to make another one. New work zone, staff room, keeper hut. And this one is keeper zone northwest. Doesn't have any staff attached to it, but it's there for when I actually get around to building this particular. Just one moment while I move this around because it's bothering me that it's overlapping the path. I'm just gonna move that there and there. There. Now it's not on the path anymore. But yeah, basically I'm gonna try and keep it tight to this line. But we'll see how that goes. It would be really nice if I could put a staff path that will service this, but preferably without attaching here because I don't want people using it as a shortcut the way they used the other staff path. But that will be problems for future Foxwine. Current Foxwine really needs to actually build a food court here. But yes, now that I've got the zones set up, I'm kind of feeling stone. I'm just trying to decide what stone I'm feeling. Like, that's a little too close to the Twilight Stone. It's not very attractive. It's very utilitarian. I would build keeper huts out of this, close to the elephants. Conservation, the people find it pretty, but I don't, so yeah. There's the European rustic stone, which I can mess around with the colors. Yeah, let's mess around with that. I'm thinking we warm this up a little. We go into the yellow-orange family. We still keep it like stone looking though. Too dark. Like that maybe? I like that. Sure. And then the grout. There we go. Okay. Like that. The pity is I don't have a column that perfectly matches, but I will work with this. Dump an arch in here. And a blank ass wall there. Like that, so it's like one big sort of L-shaped building. I need like a column or something for the bathroom. Oh, you know what? This will do. It's not the yellow tone, but it's close enough. We'll use my favorite child. Oh. I need to turn angle snap back on before I do anything. Like this. Yeah, okay, we're going with framing device here, just because of the tiles. try and center this? Good enough. Oh, come on. Okay, I can make this work without juggling things too much. We just let it extend a little bit out to either side, and I don't have to use an extra block. See, and there we go. Doorway to the bathrooms. Slightly different color, but it's fine. In fact, we can theme this out. I can theme this out. The depth is the hard part to judge here. Oh, this is very thick. And the problem is it's not going to work on the ends because they're so thick. Oh dear. What if... I bet that's one of the foxes, but I'm gonna figure that out in just a bit. What if, like this? This is the smallest one. Oh boy. Yes, I know an animal has escaped. Thank you. I think I might be onto something here. And then we bring this up like this. And then we take these. And basically center them. Oh yeah, yeah, there we go. That's it. That's the stuff. Okay. Important alert requires... Oh, yep, it's a fox. Alright. We're not going to worry about it. It will fix itself. Alright, and then take that And this, see, look at that. It fixed itself. And like that. The foxes are always escaping. This feels appropriate somehow. And we slide the whole kit and caboodle over here to the milkshake stand. The main difficulty is going to be matching the depth for the Just a Memento, because I have to do this. Oh, that's fascinating. Why do you only rotate too far? That's interesting. What if I just take these? Actually, no, those ones aren't the right ones to take. Take the bottom ones. Nope, only rotates too far. How annoying. Okay, well, I know that this one is the height that I want, so I will just work with it. Like this. There's so many inappropriate jokes available for the last several minutes. It's too thick. Why do you only rotate too far? Yeah, that's my life. So many possible inappropriate jokes. You just can't choose which one. And also we have a question of depth. Is it deep? Is it too deep? Is it not deep enough? I'm going to pretend that this is correct, no matter what it actually is. We need to go deeper. Always. Although that does have a story attached to it that I cannot tell on stream. It involves a certain area getting bruised. That really shouldn't get bruised. That you tell people that you bruised and they're like, how did you do that? And then you can't actually tell them. How am I? I am slightly melted. But I'm not completely melted, so I'm doing mostly okay. I have so many questions. I mean, Madlib, darling, when I'm not on stream, you are allowed to ask me. But I will never, ever talk about that particular one on stream, even though the comments I've been making have reminded me of that particular incident. Oh yeah, the heat is awful. I have to message you later. I mean, maybe you do. Maybe you do. It's not actually a terribly exciting story, but it does involve a part of me being bruised that most people do not believe you can bruise. So, you know, stuff. Okay. We're making good progress on this food court. I'm just special like that. I was more flexible when I was younger. Okay. I rather like this. This way we have the appropriate framing for the toilet. and the frames match what's going on with these windows here, so it's thematically appropriate that the door for the toilet does not match the wall. Now we just need to figure out what roof to put on this sucker. That is going to be hard. What roof goes with this? And don't say thatch. I really hate thatch. A big blue tin roof? I mean, I do have metal roofs. I think these ones, like, there's these ones. This is definitely not the, this is not the steepness that I would use, but there's these. And you can make them blue. That might be a little too blue. Hello? Yeah, that's a slightly more sane blue. That's a slightly better blue. The first blue was, why is this our only option? Well, it's the first metal roof that I came across. I don't think that there is a truly tin roof. I mean, there's the Australian roofs, but they have their own problems. In that, let me scroll up. Oh, here they are. The problem with the Australian roofs is that they come rusted, and there's nothing you can do about it. Which is rather unfortunate. I do not understand why Australia, like, yeah, rusty roof, great, but not really appropriate for this. That don't look right at all. Like, the fact that the roof is rusted is fun, I guess, but it's just like, I don't always want a rusted roof. I refuse to do thatch. I hate the thatch. There's the Arctic wood roof, but I think that might blend a little too much here. Oh, that's way too much blend. Oh, you don't understand, Madlib. The thatch is just, let me pull it up here, because the palm roofs and the grass roofs are not half bad. But the actual, like, nope, that's the Indonesian thatch, which is a different problem entirely. Oh, yeah. I hate it. It doesn't look real. It's just texture and nothing else. It's awful. And it only comes in these giant steep pieces. It's so unfortunate. Like, the palm thatch is actually much better, and it does have some, you have your own, like, you can adjust the color on this, so you can make it go with things. But it's also, like, I personally don't like putting it on top of stone. Something looks funny when I do that. Oh, mod my own textures. There is modding. I have not modded my game. I have chosen to work with the base game and the DLCs and what they give me, and I have not brought in mod textures. Too much. Terracotta? Not really the right color, is it? And here's more thatch that is trying to wait. Like, I hate this as well. Oh, terracotta is lovely. I'm just thinking that with the color that I made the walls, this base terracotta doesn't work very well. There's custom colors for some, but there's not custom colors for all of them. Like, further up here, I believe it's the East Asia? Yeah, this is painted clay. This is FlexiColor. I can change the color of it, but it uses the same pattern as the terracotta. So if I wanted to use this texture, like this style of roof, this would be the one that I would use because I can change the color on this one. Because, yeah, the terracotta is really pretty, but it only goes with certain walls, unfortunately. It's like Sims 4 all over again. Would the terracotta texture work with this, like, super textured wall? You know, this might actually work. Like, if we go with your idea of having the blue roof, like if we... You might have been onto something with the blue, I think. It's too much texture on texture? Maybe. I do think that you were onto something with the blue, though. Flat cement? I don't really love putting flat roofs on. I hate having to fiddle them for their eaves, so to speak, their overhang. Like, you can use the floors as roofs. But you kind of have to juggle them around so that you have an overhang. So I would have to take my grid size down and be like, okay, it's overhanging. And I don't love doing that. I'm just using this piece as a demonstration. I would never actually use this as a roof because it's just... This doesn't work as a roof. It works real good as a floor. Show you more roof tiles. I've been all over the map. More thatch, more thatch. We have the Twilight shingles, which I can adjust the color on, but I think we're going back to the too much pattern with pattern, which is the problem with a lot of the roofs. We have the wooden plank roof. Actually, that's a terrible piece to be showing off with. Okay, there's a flat piece. This is very similar to the metal plank roof, and I would probably use the metal over the wood in this particular case, just because the metal is a slightly wider slat. Little easier to work with. Like the wood slat roof is what I use for the staff buildings. And I feel like it works really well with the design that I use for the staff buildings. That corner piece was so lovely. Oh yeah, well, they do give you some like nice pieces. Like, you know, you can have the various... Like, I don't have to work out the angles. The angles are already here. I appreciate that. But, no, I'm not going to be using a tent roof on this. That would just end up looking weird. The Arctic roof, I do love the Arctic roof, but I think it's a little too much for this wall. You need a fairly plain wall for this roof to work, and unfortunately it's not FlexiColor. Let's see, that's more Arctic roof. There's the plain asphalt, which is very plain indeed. But, if I remember correctly... Oh, nope, the asphalt is not color changed, so this is the only color the asphalt comes in. As a consequence, I don't use asphalt often, although if you want to make flat roofs, Man, this sucker is nice. This is a beautiful flat roof, this one. Let's see, there's the bamboo flooring. Those aren't roofs, those aren't roofs. We have the clay tile, which is back to the same pattern as the terracotta, but not, or the painted tiles, but not recolorable. Although this color would probably work with this, but once again, I do believe that Madlib is correct in saying that this might be a little too much pattern to be putting together. Let's see, we've got the copper roofs, which I don't tend to use because I can't change the color and they're so bright. I love the pattern, but man, this green is hard to make work. This is such a hard green to work with. It's supposed to be the color of aged copper. That is supposedly what's happening here. That's not actually what's happening here, but that's supposed to be what's happening here. I showed you the corrugated roof, which is unfortunately rusted. And yeah, not really what I'm going for here, especially since, yeah, the back eaves are going to be awfully close to this bridge. I don't like walking past things that look like if looking at them will give me tetanus. There's the corrugated plastic, which oh, that's flat. Oh, there we go. Which it's not recolorable? Why do I remember it as being recolorable? Well, the corrugated plastic is a lot. There's the glass roofs, which definitely are not appropriate for this application. There's the Indonesian, well, there's the pagoda, there's the Indonesian thatch, which is, I find it difficult to use, to be honest. And the metal clad, which we were at before. Currently, I think if I tweak the blue a bit, the metal clad might actually be the best choice here. I think it needs to be a slightly different shade of blue. But yeah, that's all the roofs that I currently have. Oh, there's also the metal plank roof. Which is kind of corrugated, but not recolorable. So this is a corrugated metal roof, which handy for things. Hang on for the green copper thing. I mean, the metal is losing. Now that is a difficult answer with copper. Copper can go green for a few decades before it falls apart. It just doesn't look good. You know, I think I am going to go with the metal clad, but I think I'm going to adjust this blue because this isn't quite right with these walls. Too light, dusty, too dark, you can't tell it's blue. Oh, wait, no. So close and yet so far. I like that. Maybe it's brass that's the issue? I mean, maybe? I'm afraid I don't know my metals terribly well, I have to admit. Oh, my grid. Let's put that grid back. Oh, right. Okay, we're gonna have to do this fancy. Oh wait, that's 2 meter. I don't want a 2 meter, or do I? Actually, yes. Do. Sometimes when I've got buildings that are only 1 wide, I gotta do things like this. Okay, and then we gotta put the eaves on here. Bring the eaves up. Oh dear. This is another one where the eaves decline to be a smooth line. Let's try the 4 meter eaves. That's a smooth line, but it don't look right. Yeah, I think it's going to be better to bend out for the eaves than to have this really sharp edge going on. Back to the 2 meters. And we just slap these onto all the corners. We ignore it screaming about the train tracks. Why? And flip that around there. And like that. And we have achieved building. I still have to put the ATMs in here and some picnic tables for the food court sort of seating area thing. And of course some lamps. We must not forget lamp. But I'm feeling pretty good about that. Okay, and make sure that we have garbage cans. Because otherwise my guests will live in filth. You did well with such an unforgiving set of options. Yeah, that is the main issue. It's like, you can build all sorts of amazing things, but the amount of roofing that is available is... it's a little sad. It is a little sad. But yeah, let's see. I need facilities, bins, benches, securities, picnic benches. We need a style of picnic bench that works here. Let's see, there's these ones. Have I still got random rotation on or something? Oh, right, because this is all sideways. I'll figure that out. So we have these, which I don't think is quite right. And these, which are these? Oh, these are color changeable, so kind of like the diagonal. I mean, I can do that. It's actually easier to do the diagonal than it would be to adjust it to be on the square. But the main trick is like finding some picnic benches that I like the look of with everything else that's going on here. All of the picnic benches are Flexicolor, so I can adjust various things. This one I'm stuck with the dark wood, but the white and the red I can change the color. So these ones I can change the color of the wood and I can change the color of the concrete. They're a little tricky because they're so large. So you can't get as many of them in a space. But how flexible they are in color is really nice. Let's see, we have the Arctic benches, which come along with their own little table runner. We have the Australian ones, which are round, and probably not appropriate for this zoo. I'm never going to have kangaroos. They're not nocturnal. Never understood table runners. They make the table look good. Vertical stripes, they make you look skinny. Very plain, very average picnic table here. The East Asia bench, which is another one, like, I really like how this looks, but it's also huge, so it's hard to like make a space that justifies them. And the same with these ones. We have the European Classic, which I can change the color of the metal on this one, but not the wood. This might be a little too orange for what I have set up here, but it is a very nice design. Another European Classic, these little round ones. Because this is basically coated metal, it's completely flexy. So that's very changeable. And it's got a nice pattern if you zoom in. I worry that it might be a little busy with this brick, though. Let's see, we have the Fiesta bench, which is another very ordinary looking picnic bench. What makes it Fiesta? It came in the North the North American Animal Pack, and all the decor pieces that came in that pack were named Fiesta something. So I think they were trying to evoke the U.S. Southwest or Mexico. But I don't know what about this bench specifically says Southwest or Fiesta. It's just everything in that pack ended up being named Fiesta, except the animals. We have an Indian bench. I kind of like to use these things because dots. Dots. There's also this other one, which is less dot, more fancy. Indonesian, which I have accidentally set the benches to the square now. That's a thing I did. Well, once again, very large, hard to make fit. Another very large one would be this New World, which it bothers me because the seats are all different sizes. Why would you do this to me? We have also this New World bench, which is all pierced metal and stuff. The New World was what the original North American stuff was supposedly. but mostly it's very, what's the right way of putting it? Very modern brutalist style, I guess, would be the best way of putting it. And that's the thing, is like when I think brutalist, I don't think North America. I kind of think Eastern Europe. We have the Oceanian bench, which is another one that's very big. The rustic picnic bench, which comes along with its own cushions. This one is not recolorable, but it's a cable reel with hay bales and cushions on the hay bales. Frankly, my legs itch looking at these because I've sat on hay bales. But it does look awesome. It's absolutely not the right thing for what I have going on here, but it is. It looks exactly like what it is. You know, cable reel and hay bales. They're not even cushions, they're folded blankets. Let's see, where was that? That's that one. Okay, so there's the South American picnic bench. Another one that, you know, is very specific to where you're using it, but is this not spectacular? I would want to put this on a wall as a mural, if I could. Unfortunately, the picnic benches, they won't let us use them as art. There's a dangerous face on my table. Dangerous face on the table! Look at the bench! There's a danger noodle there! A very, very large danger noodle. And then the Twilight benches, which, very Halloween. Didn't even see... Yeah, the South American bench is a lot. Like, you look at the jaguar and that's all you see for a while. It's so much. Oh, and we have the Zookeeper picnic bench, which is folding chairs and a folding table with one of those vinyl covers pinned onto it. Thank you for showing me these. Oh, no problem. I have to decide amongst them, so I was going to look at them. So it's nice to, you know, talk my way through it. I do kind of like these. I like the dots. Whoop! Oh, no, ceiling, why? You know what, I'm going to use these, just because I can. But there needs to be some color adjustment here. I can only change the seat cushions, but if we make them match the roof-ish, make Morse code. Oh man, I only know how to write SOS. And I don't think I made this patio big enough. Okay, so I put one there, and one here. And like this. And next time on the game of placing tables in a way that does not actually cause traffic jams. Will this one interfere with the lines? That's the question. I think this one's far enough away that it won't interfere with the line for the milkshakes. I'm just gonna have to hope. Okay, and then let's grab these. Let's turn off angle snap. On the left. Depth is wild in this game. Yeah, it can be a little difficult to judge depth and scale. I think I need to put a lamp, like, on this wall. Yeah, I think I need to put a lamp on that wall, but first I'm gonna put in the ATMs. Oh, why you gotta do that to me, game? Oh, now I can't unsee it. Oh, why is there a line of grass in there? Oh, the cruelty. I'm usually fine, but unfortunately when I see stuff like that, I can't unsee it. Okay, put that there. Close that. Let's adjust this. Because that green is... That would... Yeah. The good news is, once I finish this food court, I'm never going to look in this corner again, but I will always know this is here. Always. Nope, that is not the right color. Let's go with the... You know what, let's continue with the blue that we used in the roof, actually. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm feeling that. That's feeling all right. Duplicate that, put that over here. I can try. I have to go back in here in order to put a light on this wall anyway. We'll grab one of these. Oh, come on. No? One moment, we're gonna have to do this the harder way. European. Difference between grid pieces and non-grid pieces, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. Like that. Oop, not inside that wall. I need to see on this side. There will be a seam, but it'll be a seam that's like deep inside where I don't have to look at it often. And there. It's as fixed as it's gonna get. Okay, and while I'm in here, I want a very basic door. Maybe not that basic. The things a girl's gotta go through to get a door that doesn't light up. There we go. Don't mind the theme song that the souvenir booth plays all the time. Like this. Okay, and employee door. Why does it default to so high up? Oh, because I have position snap turned on, it tries to attach itself to the exact center of the wall piece here. So I have a 4-meter wall piece that makes up this blank section right here, and it tries to adhere itself to the exact center of that right on the surface. And I'm like, no, doors belong on the ground, fool! And we just move on from there. Now, I don't want to use the Australian light here. I think I need something a little fancier because this is an area where the zoo guests are. But if we can find something fairly basic to, like, hang over this door... I mean, there's the Indian light, I guess. But that seems a little... No, I don't really love that one. It's a little industrial for what's going on here. But it's kind of the style that I'm looking for. Are there other options? Oh yes, there's plenty. I just have to figure something out. I'd prefer to use a wall light that already exists though, because I hate putting together my own for stuff like this. We could go with the New World lamp, although I would have to flip it over. I don't know about that brown chaotic idea, you know, those 4 direction, the ones that I built. Like, I can put like one of these over the door. Well, hold on. Let me see. Let me pull up a bracket. My life is full of a dearth of brackets. LED wall support. I think that's what I've got, so we'll work with this. I did it all that way because that way I know that this is this is centered on the door. And then those lights were close to the same color, but not quite. I will have to adjust. But, you know, I think I can make this work. Hoist that up. It's a pity that I can't do the rings like I have on this, but just not available with the wall bracket, unfortunately. Should not have given you that suggestion. I regret this. You don't think it makes a good door light? I must admit, it's not, it is a little weird. But perhaps we can find a use for this bracket anyway. Let's see, something to hang from the bracket. As I have been known to use these things. Whoop. Like just turn them over so that they're drop lights, but let's see here. We have the East Asia wall light. Kind of blends in with the wall, doesn't it? Not really the right thing. Let's make that go away. You should see her face. Oh, I have an active imagination. I like these European lanterns, but the problem is they don't actually come with a light source inside them. It's very unfortunate. Let's see, we have the Indian tube. That's beautiful. Oh yeah, the lamp, these are great, but I have to finagle a candle into them, and man, it drives me nuts. I don't know why it doesn't have a light in it. There are candles, and I can put a candle inside, and that would provide light, but it doesn't come with light. It's very strange. I wonder if I can get this tube to work if I, like, say, turned it blue. I bet I could. Like, if we... Oh dear, was that the light color? No, that was the body color. Now, why did that turn down the light? Are those Christmas lights? Sort of. These ones are fairy lights, which are not quite Christmas lights, but there are Christmas lights in here somewhere. They're just... what were they called? Like, when we got the Arctic pack, we also got, like, Christmassy lights to use with the Arctic pack. Oh, there we are. Arctic festive strip lights. They're Christmas lights. They're Christmas lights. Unfortunately, the string is only one color. You can't make all like different color unless you you space the strings. There's also this glorious thing. I keep hoping to find a way to use these. 'Cause they're really nice. They are really nice. I have not yet built a building that I could put these on, but someday I will. Oh, understandable. They're gorgeous. They're very beautiful. Oh, someday. Who knows? Maybe someday in this actual zoo. I have quite a lot of zoo left to build. There will be more food courts. And it's most likely going to end up on a food court the way that I build, because I'm not going to do that to my animals. But yeah, this is making excellent progress. I got this path in a way that reasonably obeys me? Question mark. I got the train track flattened out, although I do need to put dirt in for, let's call it verisimilitude. I put a little line of dirt underneath my train tracks because there's no gravel texture. Very sad. But you put in a little dirt and it actually looks pretty good. So in all the places where I redrew my train track, I do need to put the dirt down so that it looks right. And of course, this enclosure needs to be built. And I need a staff path that basically comes down over here, but doesn't connect. Because every time I've given, like, this zoo is a little broken. Over here, next to the bears, there is a staff path here that I made go across, all the way across and cross the river and connect. And the problem is, because this was so much shorter than the other ways that I'd given the guests, like the other ways is to go through the food court and around, or around the bat cave. And so the customers were coming through the staff path. How much longer are you streaming for tonight? I want to say you can use those strings of stars when they release Planet Church or Planet Cathedral. Hi, Green. It's nice to see you. Planet Cathedral is kind of a... I don't know. But yeah, I actually had to put a blocker in this path that prevents people from walking through it to stop the customers from using this path. Because there is a power station right here, and they would walk right by the power station, then they would be like, customers are very unhappy by perceiving by perceiving machinery. Can you imagine an observatory builder sim? Oh boy. I mean, if I put my mind to it, I could probably womp up an observatory in this game. Because you have such freedom with building the buildings. Like this train station here, I built this completely from scratch, ground up. So if you wanted to build a building that looks like an observatory, there's quite a few pieces that one could put together to make something that looks like an observatory. It wouldn't act as an observatory, but it would look like one. The people demand an observatory. Planetarium. The main problem would be that it would only look like an observatory from the outside. There just aren't the right things to womp up the controls and stuff for the inside. But you could totally make like an octagonal building with a dome and a big round thing sticking out of the slot in the dome. That would be very easy. Well, not easy. That would be something that could be done in this game. Be a lot of work, though. But yes, to go back to a previous question, the plan is to stream until approximately midnight today, and I am actually going to be taking my break very soon. I should have probably taken it about 45 minutes ago, but I got all worked up about putting this stuff together and somehow turning off the light on this lamp. This lamp is not doing its job now. I need to lighten the body color. We need to go this away with it. Let's stay in the blue family, but we gotta be a lot lighter. Otherwise it doesn't put out light. That's better. That's good. That's good. Okay, one more thing in this food court, and then I'm going to be taking my break. I want a tube. I want a little tube. Where are my tubes? They're in here somewhere. There they are. Tiny tube. Why? Okay, fine. We'll be like this. Don't worry about the brightness. I am going to fix that. But first, let's have it stop looking at us. Approximately midnight. My plans are always ambitious, Green. I don't even know which way I have this lamp facing anymore. Oh, okay. Like this. No, not quite. Come on, you can do it. Yes. Now you're perfect. And then, whoop, rotate it this way and up into this ceiling. And kind of that away, because nobody wants to go into a black cubbyhole for their ATM. Like that. And then we can come in here. And we can dim this light a little bit so that it is not glaring at us so badly. That will do nicely, yes. And I have dimmed it too much. Let's bring that up just a little. There we go. Spooky abandoned ATM hub. Yeah. Well, when you have a zoo that's only open at night, there's certain concessions that have to be made. The ATM places and other places will always be kinda dim when I don't have my cursor light on. Like, if I put down enough lighting for this zoo without my cursor light on, I would be putting down like a street lamp every 2 feet, and that would be just too much. But I think that food court is adequately lit now. I mean, I don't actually have to put down light for these guests. They seem to have night vision pretty good. But, you know, I will have to do a little adjusting to the terrain around this area because this is very weird looking right now. What if I put light sources in the path itself? Oh, I can do that. It has been done. I just haven't bothered to, but like, let me go over to my glorious fox statue because it is a very good example of everything. My fox statue here is extremely well lit up. The spotlight that is lighting up the fox is underground, approximately around here. And there is, like, you can take lights and point them straight up and sink them into the path, and it will, like, give the path light without lights being visible. I just don't do it. Adequately lit, because I'd rather not know what meat is in my zoo burger. Well, that is a very salient point. I'm gonna call you Mr. D. Is that okay? Welcome to the stream. Also, are you the Mr. D that I know? I'm not sure. Your name looks right. Like 98% sure it's not from an endangered animal, probably. I don't actually have very many endangered animals in this zoo, actually. I have nocturnal animals, but I haven't been selecting them for their endangeredness. Ah, yes, it is the Mr. D that I'm thinking of. Welcome! Thank you for stopping by. Oh, all sorts of people stumble by my stream from time to time. Not all of them say things, but I see a lot of viewers come and go. But yeah, so like I lit up the glorious fox, and I used a spotlight so bright that it causes a halo on the camera. Because why would I not light up the fox statue that way? Gotta stay on brand. But I also, like, over here, the short-eared owls have spotlights on them that are also invisible because they are sunken into the ground. The owls are a little hard to see because of the wire that I put up. But, like, there's one up there and there's one down there. And the night monkeys, I'm particularly proud of how I lit up the night monkeys. Is that not my starting, stopping, break screen? Well, there is definitely a fox on that screen, that is true, and I did say I was going to take my break. So what we're going to do is we're going to look upon the glorious fox in its halo of light. I'm going to save everything that I've done so far. Ignore the other saves. Ignore them, I say! Yeah, I got this fox from the workshop. Planet Zoo has a workshop, and I have been F12. That's the screenshot button. But if you insist. And then I am going to quickly take my break now. I'm going to refill my water because I desperately need more liquid. Oh my goodness, it's hot. I will take a bio break because I've drunk most of my water and it's got to go somewhere because not all of it is coming out my pores. I will probably run some ads and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned. And while I was away on my break, thank you very much for the follow there, Mr. D. You made an excellent choice since I do have some of the cutest follower emotes on Twitch, and it will allow you to earn channel points that much faster towards my various glorious channel point rewards, which are spectacular. And in the meantime, let's get back to this zoo. Now, unfortunately, this area of the zoo doesn't have a lot of work left to do on it, or fortunately, because I did the work here. It's beautiful here, but there's not a lot to do. So, back over to the area in progress. We'll overfly the bars, who are not currently visible because they like their cave too much. Now, I don't think I have a chance of actually finishing this in this particular stream, but I think I should probably get started on this particular enclosure in all of its ridiculous glory. But part of that is I want a staff path that comes across right here. So the question is whether or not I can pull that off. And whether or not I have time running. I do have time running. Okay. It's hard to tell because there aren't very many visitors around this edge of the zoo yet. But no, there's people. People are moving over there. Therefore, always worth a shot. Exactly. So, staff path. And we just raise. My time is 10:53, which means I believe, Madlib, your time is the same time unless you've changed provinces without telling me. Okay, that is high enough to go over the train tracks, so we'll drop a dot there. What is time? Oh, not what is the time, what is time? Oh, I misunderstood completely. Okay, bring this down. Like this. Bring this here and this here. Let's be very ambitious. Oh, wait, gotta deselect grid before doing this. Okay, turn off curved slopes. Please let go. No, seriously, let go. Okay. Actually, wait a minute. I may be overthinking this. Hold on. Let's align to this grid. If we come out here... Oh, I think I may have a path forward here. Concept, not your time zone. Yeah. I completely misunderstood. Can I blame the heat? Frequently, my laugh is an evil one. It's gonna fight me every single step of the way, isn't it? Oh, why can't the two of you be friends? Alright, fine. I will turn curved slopes back on again. There is no reason why the two of you should be doing that. Come on. Oh, the pathing in this game is such an evil thing. Come on. Why are you like this? Come on. Okay, why are you building out the ground here? Why are you doing that? You tried bringing the pathways to couples counseling? The problem with that is that, you know, both parties need to be willing to go, and neither of these two are willing. Okay, like, you need to come up in the world. But not that far up. There's no reason why this shouldn't be working. You know, it seems like it should be so simple on the surface of it. You know, I should just be able to just be like, do the line, Shinji. It should not be this kind of a battle. The fight is real. Okay, let's try. Are you kidding me? Okay, Just draw the rest of the owl. Oh, I wish. Okay, that is just too much. I don't want a step up that goes that far, you know? I shouldn't need to have to do this, game. Okay, let's just remove that nubbin for the moment. Really don't want to go. The slope is defeating me because it's such a small slope. Okay, we're going to try and trick it. That is fascinating. Why are you trying to do that? Yeah, the slope is so steep, it's just fighting me and fighting me and fighting me. It just won't go. Alright. Oh, we're gonna have to do this the really ugly way. I'm gonna have to put in so many bushes to disguise what the heck is going on here. Alright, at the very least, let me turn off curved slopes. See, now, I personally feel like there is no reason why it shouldn't have let me do that without doing that. But apparently, what do I know? I'm just a streamer. Can Can I have a T-junction, please? We're gonna try and make this look like it's not completely jank, if I can. Like that, maybe? Oh, why is the terrain coming through the path? Why? You're not supposed to do that. What is happening here? Okay. Okay. Nobody saw anything. Nobody saw anything. And if I just put in a lot of bushes, we can hide a lot of sins. Now, for the next trick, I need to get myself down to ground level over here. Come on, game. Come on, game. Ha ha ha! Once again, a lot of bushes will cover a myriad of sins. Life is suffering and pain, princess. Okay. I think I win. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I win. As long as I can get a keeper door on this bit of path here, I have won. We're just gonna do a lot of plant life around there, and I'm going to put another enclosure in here, although I have no idea what. I don't have any like climbing animals that are nocturnal, so I'm honestly not sure what to do with this slope here. Like, sure, I can make an enclosure where the bottom part is visible to the train and the top part is visible to the path, but... Ooh. I think I clipped your sin. Oh, there's so many sins, Madlib. There's so many sins in this zoo that I have covered up with plants. Have you seen the snake garden? Actually, come to think of it, have I showed off the snake garden recently? You want to talk about, like, advanced things of covering pits in the ground and horrible stuff. We can talk about the snake garden over here. Welcome to the snake garden. One of my proudest achievements. Here we have a glorious garden, studded with danger noodles. This one is very visible right now. This is the boa constrictor who is just displaying themselves for everyone right here. Ain't you a beauty? But yes, the snake garden ended up being rather interesting because the train comes through the middle of the snake garden here, and rather than having the snake garden paths go over the railway tracks, I decided to have them go under instead. Which means that I did have to get a little creative on covering up the giant pits in the ground that causes. Where are the holes? You'll never be able to tell me. Not unless you watch the streams where I was putting the plants in. But yes, I came through and I filled in all of the various areas of the snake garden where there aren't snakes with glorious plants and beautiful foliage and foliage. And this giant tree because I was unable to resist. And did a lot of work here. Just, you know, filling stuff in, making it pretty, turning on the lights. Sorry about flashbanging everyone there. Oh, yeah, I was unable to resist using this tree. It's so big. Like, look at this. These are adult humans. These are adult humans right here, and that's the tree. Scale. So, you know, I came through here and did all of this various glory. And there's quite a few holes on this side of the garden because the snakes are actually floating above the ground a little here because the flat map isn't flat. And the holes are still completely covered. If not for bugs absolutely terrifying me, I would spend half my life up a tree. Ah, understandable, understandable. So yes, we have the glory that is the snake garden and all of the various giant pits in the ground completely hidden because I've had a lot of practice. The paths carve out big pits all the time. But I'm also quite proud of the work that I did here. Because, you know, the layering together all these plants in a way that looks good is a practiced skill. And I'm quite proud of the practice that I have put in to allow things to look as good as they do here. This is my field of allergens. This is goldenrod, amongst other things. There's goldenrod and cowberries, and I forget what the spiky things are, but we have like the purple fields of everything going on here. And generally speaking, the snake garden ended up looking really, really good. And I'm really quite proud of how things ended up here. But it's also, there are a lot of giant pits in the ground, and you can't see them anymore. They're gone. They're gone forever. Even I don't remember exactly where they are anymore because of the plant cover. So yes, I am quite proud of the snake garden, and of my very, very happy danger noodles. Can't actually see... Oh, wait, I can see this Death Adder. It is right in the middle. It's right under that rock right there. There is a second one in here somewhere, but I don't see it. But I do see part of most of one. But yeah, the snake garden is very popular with the zoo visitors. Oh, there's the other one, out in the open. Thank you, Danger Noodle. But yeah, it's just I filled it up with trees and plants and gloriousness. And it just ended up being really, really nice, and I'm quite proud of it. But yeah, it's an unfortunate truth that sometimes when you have where you like have an upper, like something that's above meeting the ground, it does dig out a little pit frequently. Like this lovely garden is in here because there's a pit underneath it. That's just the way it is. And it's fine. It's all about learning how to disguise your holes. So even though I've got this weirdness going on here, and the weirdness that's going on around here. Plants will fix it. Plants fix a myriad of problems. But yeah. The physics are so jank. In many ways, the devs were figuring out things as they went along, as they made this game. They had a lot of good ideas, but they didn't always have the implementation, shall we say. They've gotten a lot better at it. They're the same devs as who make Planet Coaster, and if you look at Planet Coaster 2 and the way that its decor works and the way that its paths work, you can see how they learned as they went through. Like Planet Coaster, the first one, was we're not counting the Jurassic World stuff. We're just setting that aside. But like the first Planet Coaster was very bare bones. You didn't have a lot of control when it came to the paths and when it came to the decor and stuff. And then they made Planet Zoo, and you got a lot more control, but things were still kind of jank and kind of weird. And then Planet Coaster 2 came out, and they have things like being able to resize decor, like taking a piece and saying, you know what, I like this, but it needs to be half the size that it is. Or this needs to be, you know, double the size, or it needs to be 3 times the size, or, you know, it needs to be like 150% the size. And you can totally do that. You can Matryoshka those things. And it's pretty awesome. And so when Planet Zoo 2 comes out, which will happen someday, I expect that there will be an immense amount of control available. One of these days I should actually play Planet Coaster. Oh yeah, it's a good game. The main thing is that, like, for me, I prefer making zoos to making roller coaster parks. So when choosing what to spend my money on, I decided to pour all my money into the DLC for Planet Zoo and not get Planet Coaster at all. But it is an excellent game. Now, it is time to reveal what animal actually goes in this ridiculous enclosure here, because I do need to check a few things. So, what is actually going here are the jaguars. It will be glorious. And the reason why the jaguars are going here is because they require both climbing and water. And way over here in this spot, I have a machine for cleaning water that's there so that the moat and the lake stay nice and clean, but the radius of it touches this end over here. So I can have clean water in this enclosure with this machine over here without having to install a new machine. Do you think anyone's made Hogwarts in this game? Yes, I am 100% sure that Hogwarts has been made in this game, because there is a DLC pack called Twilight, which came out in October. And, well, you can use it to build castles, you see. And it came along with a whole bunch of candles and pumpkins and all that sort of stuff. And actually these, if I'm remembering correctly, these also, yeah, these torches that are set up here and all that. Just looking at that giant building. Yes, I built that. I made this. So, there are many people who have made a quote-unquote Halloween zoo. It is a very common practice. It's actually what this zoo started out as, was a Halloween zoo. And a lot of the Halloween zoos borrow from Hogwarts, because why wouldn't you? You've got the plan already available to you. It's right there. I personally did not use Hogwarts because I didn't actually want to try. I built my own castle instead, and I really like my castle. It started as a smaller castle when I first built it, but then I came along and expanded it, and it is glorious now. But yes, the entrance to my zoo is actually inside here, which is why there's so many people. But like if we come in here, we have the ticket booths. We have a nice little sculpture that I put in. And through these two hallways, we have the guest spawners, which is both the entrance and the exit for the zoo. So this is how everybody comes in and out. But yeah, if we come back here into the less than decorated area, this is the way that people come and go from the zoo, basically. So you can see the people who are exiting here, they get on the black pads and they vanish. And the people who come in, they just appear and they walk into the rest of the zoo. So, most of the castle here is just a shell, but it is a very glorious shell. And of course we have the moat with the waterfalls and all of that glorious stuff. And my beautiful, beautiful lake. This is honestly the best lake that I have made yet. It's another one of those things that you gotta practice. Practice. But, yeah, this is definitely the best lake that I have made so far. I'm very happy with this lake. Yeah, and the mountains. That is why I picked this particular map. This is the North America Taiga map, and basically the whole area to build in is in this bowl of mountains. So this is the only, like, the North American Taiga is the only one that gets this particular backdrop, which is why I chose this particular one for the zoo, because I wanted these glorious mountains. So yeah, beautiful mountains. The best lake I've made yet. I am very proud of this lake. I wish I could have frogs in this lake, but I can't. I will have frogs in the zoo, but I haven't built the place where they go yet. But unfortunately you can't have frogs just loose in the water, alas. Still, definitely my best lake so far. Very happy with it. But yes, I did want to check a couple of things about the jaguars, like how shy they are of humans and that sort of thing, because it's going to inform the viewing area. So just give me a moment here. Species data. Okay, so I can have 2 of them, as long as I have 1 male and 1 female. They are shy of humans, which means I'm going to need one-way glass for these guys. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. But yes, they are going to occupy this space that I have. They're going to have more space than they need, in fact. So it's going to be like through here with the railway tracks on this side, and the staff path on this side, and the path on this side, and probably a little bit up here, although I'm not going to make a specific viewing area there. Oh, did one of the foxes escape again? Yep, they did. They keep phasing themselves through the wall. I honestly don't understand how they keep doing that. Probably just because they're foxes. By the way, I have red foxes now, and I built them a very glorious enclosure. Glorious is my favorite word tonight. But yes, I built them this surrounding of houses. And then the foxes live in the backyards. And I would like to mention, just for, you know, informational purposes, all of these here, these are all grapevines. It's all entirely grapevines. So the foxes are living in the backyards of these various little houses. And they should be really happy with their enclosure and all of that, but they keep phasing through the walls somehow. I've yet to figure out exactly how, but they keep escaping without actually leaving the enclosure. It's quite something. But yes, thanks to another viewer, there is a fox in here somewhere whose name is Wine. This is probably one of the more ambitious enclosures that I have made. Like building a whole building for the porcupines, I've done that before, but making an entire series of row houses just for my foxes to have a bunch of backyards to play in, this is definitely a first. Look at them, they're so cute. Yeah, you know you're adorable. So yeah, every now and then we get a notice that a dangerous animal has escaped because for some reason my guests keep running away from the foxes. I don't know why. But, going to head out for the night. Oh, alright then. Thank you for stopping by, Madlib. It was very nice to see you again. And then we have a flyover of the hyena. How... Did I remember to put the hyenas on level 3 food? I'm pretty sure I did. Let's just double check while I'm here. Nope, I did not remember. Here, have the best possible food. Okay, that's not a hyena. That is a... Nope, that's bedding. That's a hyena. Hello, Azizi. Tell me about you. Your nutrition is not great. Well, being on level 1 food will do that to you. But otherwise, you are really good, so the next time you have food delivered, you should go to 100% on everything. Perfect. I love the noises the hyenas make. That's why I made sure to put them across the zoo from the timber wolves so you can actually hear them. And... the people mostly like the hyenas, although they keep trying to look at them from the wrong places. Because the main thing is a lot of people like come this far to this set of viewing windows and then they try to peer across the entire enclosure to try and see a hyena on the other side. And then they complain that the view is not great. Because they're smart like a bag of rocks. Eventually, I will put in some signage for the hyenas. I'm going to put in like a sign through here, you know, saying spotted hyenas. These are the spotted hyenas. I didn't put the striped in here, did I? Oh no, those are definitely the spotted ones. Okay. So there will be a sign going up that says spotted hyena and some plant life and stuff, but I really wanted to get things worked out around here. Like getting the staff building in, We were really overdue for a food court. And once there are more animals around this area, the food court will probably be a lot more popular. And another fox just escaped. Valerie, how dare you! So there will be more stuff through this area that should draw people to other windows to view the hyenas. But for now, they're not cooperating. Oh, and actually, you, come with me. Oliver Marie, hello, welcome to the stream. We're just going to pop that down there, and then I'm going to make sure that it's upright. Yeah, thank you. There we go. We don't need a lot here yet, but I feel better that that's there. So, how do I do this in such a way that I don't end up having to put a million panels of one-way glass in? How do I make use of the straightest possible edges? Let's see. Well, let's start with what walls do I want to use here? What walls suit jaguars? I think stone is probably the best. Like, they won't try to climb the construction walls, but it looks bad if it looks like they could. I could do a double cladding thing where I have like bamboo on the outside, but I have concrete on the inside, but I'm not sure if I really want to take that step. It would look pretty cool, though. Is bamboo appropriate for South America? Like, I mean, I know it's tagged South America, but you know what? Let's do that. Do I want to use the breeze block? Maybe not. Maybe not the breeze block. I want something with a pattern, but maybe not quite that pattern. I mean, there is the concrete. Oh, wait, wrong one. The concrete itself. This does have the advantage of being recolorable. Or I could do the mural thing like I did for the fossas. Yes, another fox has just escaped. Thank you. It'll be fine. They'll go back in on their own. I swear. It's not my fault that the foxes keep escaping. That one was Ian. I will say, I've never caught Wine escaping. Wine has never escaped, yet. You know what, let's go with concrete. Although I think I'm gonna darken this up a bit. Oh, maybe not that much. Oh, there, yes, there, that's good. Do I have angle snap on? I do. I need to turn that off for the moment. For convenience. Oh, really? Ugh. This is gonna make things more difficult later, but oh well. Going to put this here. And can I get away with this? Can I? There goes another fox. The fact that I can't see the grid is making things very difficult for me, and it looks like I actually put this guy outside, and that's unfortunate because it means that this whole wall is going to have to be redone. Yep, I put them on the outside. Great, go me! Okay, shove this to the inside. Like that. We will worry about that edge later. Like that. Okay, grid height and I are going to have to... yeah. And grid size... there is method in this madness. Where is my... there it is. Is this kind of sort of sitting on the ground? This is kind of sort of sitting on the ground. Oh, I can't get away with this forever, apparently. Oh, curves, darn you! I want this to be on the grid. I really do, because the framing is so much easier, but yeah, I cannot get away with doing this on the grid. I want to, I really do, but apparently that is not to be. I'm probably going to have to do like I did for the Arctic Fox pen, and just come along in the 2-meter sections and just keep adjusting things. Which is going to be a lot of work, but is going to be better than, well, this. Curves, man. Okay, well, at least I have answers now. And it looks like I'm not actually going to be able to do a straight edge for the train either. Although I could just come across in a straight line here and have the train, you know, not be that close to the enclosure, like instead of the train passing like right next to it. It'll probably be easier to deal if I do that. And the train doesn't care as much if it's like crossing close to it, just, you know, that it is somewhat near to the enclosure. So I think I can get away with that. The question is, like, let me grab my square frame here. Yeah. This is as close as I'm willing to get, I think. I am messing myself up all over here. This is definitely spectacular. Like, I will force things to all be the same height by the time that I finish, but I don't really want to move this wall. Because mostly I want to have this in here. It's important to me that that be there. The rest is malleable. That I want there. So we work around that, one way or another. We take these away. I think we also take these away, alas. Angle snap back on. Bring that around like this. Make this first panel line up because I kind of want this to be a solid anyway. So, like that? Yeah, like that. And we basically rest this one on the ground for the moment. The main joy with all of this is going to be putting the bamboo layer on. Like, the glass is one thing, the bamboo layer is going to be fun. Keep this a straight line for as long as I can. Okay, here is where I need to take my first turn. So we'll... and the 15 degrees, that is so much. Oh. I'm not going to be able to use angle snap, and that's going to make things a lot more difficult. Welcome to the rest of my infinity. I don't think I'm going to be building this enclosure all at once. I think that'll probably cause me to crack up. Doing the Arctic foxes was bad enough. What I will do is I will take this approximately to the corner. Which is going to be a bear. Guys, building a new habitat? I am. The main thing is that the path went in first here. So the enclosure must be built to the path rather than the other way around. So this particular enclosure is going to be for my jaguars. The theme of my zoo is not clear from my title, but this is Nocturne Zoo, which is a zoo that is only open at night, that only has nocturnal animals in it. Or animals that, you know, switch hit like many predators. So there's a lot of going to be a lot of predators in this zoo. And this particular enclosure is going to be for the jaguars. And I'm just trying to rough out the outline at the moment. Just trying to get this together. So the current plan is I'm going to take this wall sorta to this corner, like maybe a couple more panels from where I am now, and then I'm going to figure out where this wall is, and I'm going to try and have them meet up. So it's a minor challenge that I have set for this zoo, and that the zoo is only open at night. So I only do construction at night. Okay. That's as far as I'm going to take this for now, and it's going to get a little tricky. The idea here is that I'm going to have the concrete as the interior of the enclosure, and then put a bamboo exterior on it for looks and prettiness. And grand plans, basically. Now, over here, let's take this along this line. Oh no, I don't like that at all. Okay, let's placeholder that for the moment. Where am I sitting height-wise? Am I sitting... Okay, I'm sitting with those ones. Alright, that's good. That's good. And then I would have another wall that comes along here that hopefully meets up with this wall in a way that isn't completely hideous. I will need another wall that comes along here. But also, we have a significant slope going on here, so let's get a lower layer going on here. And I will eventually make it so that all the walls are the same height, but for the moment I'm just trying to place everything. Like, the upper level of the wall is going to have to go up because of where the ground is for the train windows. Let's see, how much can I get away with here? Oh, blast, I put this wall on the outside again. Why is the grid so difficult around here? I don't know if it's because I'm working on the slope or what, but I'm not seeing my grid when I should be, so I'm not putting my blocks in the right place. These guys all, it's very important that they are on the inside of the grid. Like that. Because otherwise the corners, they don't line up. And you, are you on the inside of the grid or the outside? You are also on the outside. You get on the inside. This is just to make everything line up properly, and also because the bamboo is going to be going. There. But like, I'm gonna have to put another layer on the wall to even it out, because I don't want to move this doorway, because this is where the habitat door is going to go. There's a lot of planning in this sort of thing. And I'm trying to build as much as I can with the grid pieces. This is going to have to be a diagonal, but I will make that future Foxwine's problem. Current Foxwine does not want to spend all night working on this enclosure. And probably doesn't want to spend every stream working on this enclosure either, because it's a bit of a bear. Although the bears are elsewhere in the zoo. But yeah, the general plan will be to bring this along, curve it along here, and have it meet up with this. And to put a diagonal piece in there. And then I will cover everything in bamboo and work out the windows. This edge will be windows. I'm going to use a technique that I've used elsewhere in the zoo. On the literal opposite end of the zoo, I'm actually going to let go of the construction on this. At the literal opposite end of the zoo here, we have this absolutely ridiculous shaped enclosure that I'm fairly certain I drew while I was feverish. With a giant wall of windows that contains my Arctic foxes. Hello, darlings. They're beautiful. I don't want to think about how that rib cage just came out of that piece of bamboo, but Basically, the technique that I'm going to use for the jaguars is going to be very similar to what I did here for the Arctic foxes. I will sink the walls that I'm building into the ground to be the bottom level of the windows, and I will raise up a chunk to be the top of the windows, and I will put in glass, and we'll have these metal pieces like we have here for the foxes to be the frames for the windows and to disguise the terrible things that are happening at the angled corners. And it will end up looking really nice, but it is very labor intensive. So I'm probably not going to do it all at once. I'm probably going to do a chunk at a time, just to keep what is left of my sanity. Basically, I'm in a phase where I'm building slightly more than I'm putting in animals at the moment. I've moved my attention over to this area of the zoo that is extremely undeveloped, and I'm just working things out. So the jaguar pen is being worked on. There will be another animal in here, but I haven't actually decided which one yet. I'm not sure if this is a 1,000 space or a 500 space. Let's find out. We'll go over here. Yeah. And let's grab one of these. Let's get close. Whoop. Let's get close enough that I can actually see the arrows that I asked for. Hello? Where are the arrows? There they are. This is a 1,000. And I suspect that a 1,000 is what's going to fit in this space here. And yes, that is a 1,000 pen, and that's another animal. I don't know if I actually want to do it that way. What do I have that still needs a lot of space? Let's see. Let me check my list. Let me check my list while we stare at this. I don't actually know if I want to keep that, which is why I haven't clicked the button. Let's see. I'm not revealing what is on my list at the moment. I have... Okay, that takes a lot of space. I have one thing that takes a whole bunch of space left on my list. Oh, two things, maybe. I think those take a bunch of space. I may be putting a bunch of small animals in here. Like, I could probably get 3 smaller pens in here. Like a 500 and a couple of 250s. That might be a better thing to do. This is very difficult to decide. I don't know that I want to put another really big pen like in between the hyenas and the jaguars. But if, say... if I like put in a 500, and a 250, and a 250. The only problem would be the viewing for this. Like, this would have to be a staff path, which means that the viewing path would go through here and here. And I hate dead ending in my paths. I really prefer to loop. But I don't know how to loop a path and still fit all this in here. Like, I could put in 3 250s and like have a loop of path that goes like this, and like have a 250 and a 250 and a 250 maybe. But with a 500 and two 250s, I would have dead ends. Like, there would be a dead end right like here for viewing whatever this is. This is a very tricky decision is what this is. Like, if I entirely go with 250s, like I could have one like here-ish. And one like here-ish. And one here. And then I would be able to like loop a path like this. I would have to shorten this staff path, but that's the least of my worries. So I could put like 3 smaller animals in there. I don't know what to do with this space at all, or this one for that matter. I've painted myself into a bit of a corner, to be honest. I have a lot more smaller animals than I have big animals left. I do have a couple of big animals left on my list, as I'm not putting everything in the zoo, so I'm not ending up with like 3 I am not ending up with the 5 different kinds of leopard that are available to me in Planet Zoo. I am only putting in 1 leopard. Although I will have to check how much space the leopard takes. How much space does that leopard take? Like, I know the jaguars need a substantial amount of space. That's why I allowed that to them there. Yes, I am just sitting here planning the zoo in front of y'all while, you know, we look at, like, nothing. Let's see. Where's that leopard that I planned to use? There it is. Okay, it needs about 1,000. I don't want to put all my cats that close together, though. Because this space is kind of 1,000. Well, what about my other things that I think will take a lot of space? Like, there's one that I know takes a lot of space. Let's see. List. I have it on paper here. Let's see. Ooh. 1,600 for them. Ooh, yeah, I'm not putting them in here. Not in this area. They're gonna have to go southward of here. And the other one that I think takes a bunch of space is... where is it? There it is. 1,300. Okay, so... not that space. I could probably put them in along here, because I hate having path be the outer edge of my zoo. It bothers me. So we can put that needs an absolutely massive amount of space and give them like something long and narrow that goes along here, sort of like what I did for the deer. Very narrow so that it's easy to see them, but very long so that they have enough space. That still begs the question of what to do in here. I kind of like the idea of putting like the 3 small enclosures in here, or maybe 2 small enclosures and a bunch of space around them. That might actually be better. That might actually be better, like if... like we put this here. And this like here. That still gives me like a place to loop path through. But it also gives me like some empty space to just fill in with plants instead, which would probably be the better idea rather than just packing in the animals. I have lots of space. I just don't have a lot of space here. Exactly. What animal to put here, though? But yeah, those ones that take an absolutely massive amount of space, I think I'm going to put them along here. Like, I'm fine with having the train be the outer edge of the zoo, but I'm not fine with having walking paths be at the outer edge of the zoo. So possibly what I do is I just take off this nubbin of track and just keep myself inside the tracks going forward. Because I'm running out of things to put along the outer edges of the zoo. As I'll still cross over to the other side of the tracks down here somewhere, I think. But, like, I had to do this loop because, like, doing the loop inside the tracks, I just didn't have enough space. But this area is actually very difficult to work with. I hate doing so, but I think I actually might make the path the outer edge of the zoo simply because I just don't want to deal with building. Like, this is quite a sharp slope here. I don't really want to deal with building an enclosure on it. So I think I maybe, like, for this edge, I use the tracks as the outer edge of my zoo instead of habitat, except for this one bit where the path is going to be the outer edge and I'm just going to have to bear with it. And I will have to figure out an animal to put in here and an animal to put in here, and I can just use my boreal to fill the rest. But yeah, let me grab this because it's closer, darn it. I don't know what critter it's going to be yet, but I'm pretty sure that that block is 1,000 space. So we're gonna take this over here. We're gonna make sure that it's above. Yeah, that is... That is more than 1,000, but we don't have to have it up against the train tracks anyway. So that'll be fine. So... we'll just put that there. Oh, and give me group edit. This is not correct. Shh. And you know, I think once I actually build the enclosure, this is actually going to be a 500 space. Simply because it's oblong. So I'm just gonna hover a 500 over this. And yeah, I will build sort of an oblong in here that will, an animal that lives in a 500 goes in. And I'm going to make some quick notes before I end the stream here. I have 250 meters squared times 2, a 500 meters squared, and a 1,000 meters squared. And I need to figure out the animals that will go in each of those. Yes. This is a good plan. I like this plan. These are practically going to be round, and that makes me a little sad, but... Actually, you know what? Let's... Because these enclosures are going to be... So... like that, and like that. Yeah, that is better. Because I have the 250 circles like right here anyway, because I was using it to measure the jaguar pen. So and I can do things to this hill here. Possibly I turn it into just a sharp embankment that comes from behind the food court and runs along the train track here. I'll figure that out. And we'll have the 2 enclosures and a loop path that goes around them. Once I have the habitat gate on here, I will shorten up that path, which will make putting in the loop easier. Possibly I'll even attach this to the loop and pray that the guests do not use it as a shortcut, which is the main problem that I've had with the connecting paths that count as a shortcut. But bridges that will be crossed when the when the NPCs come to them. So yeah, just... It bothers me that I don't have these in the right places, so just give me a moment. Yeah, like that, if I put that one there, then the path can come around like this. And this could even be a 500, but I don't know that I want to. I don't have a lot of gigantic animals left. I've put in a lot of the big stuff that doesn't need water. The ones that need water, the plan is that they're going to be going in over down here. The zoo is just going to bulge out in this direction with water. It's going to be very impressive. I'll be figuring that out at some point. The one other thing that I could do with this 1,000 space... No, No, I have to set up for that. I have one set of exhibits that I haven't figured out where I'm putting that set of exhibits yet. And they're going to have a fair size footprint, but they also need their own staff area because each of the exhibit areas basically have their own staff area. Like the snake garden over there has their own little staff area that just serves the snake garden. And so the other staff areas are for the habitats and stuff. So I've been grouping my exhibits in this zoo. So there's one exhibit group that I have planned, but I haven't decided where to put it yet. And it should go somewhere around here. But I haven't decided exactly where. It's going to be by the train station that's going in for the southwest region. It's going to be like associated with that train station, but I'm going to develop this one little circle here, but I'm not going to be going that way with more stuff quite yet. The plan is to get this enclosure and this enclosure built so that I know where my lake is, because all of my water stuff is going off of my lake. So, like, my frogs are going off the lake, my gators, my swimming reptiles, all of my nocturnal water users, except for these two, and of course the jaguars. All of them are going to be in the region that I have mentally dubbed the swamp, which is going to be southward off the lake, basically. And that gets its own train station, so the train will actually probably be looping quite far south, and there will be the swamp train station down there. The plan is to have 4 train stations, but depending on how big the swamp ends up being, I might end up with 5. But currently the plan is for 4 stations. There's the main station, which is here, the east station over there. There will be the swamp station, which is probably going to be around this region somewhere. And then there will be the southwest station, which will probably be around here somewhere. And that will be the full loop of the train. That's the plan. But, you know, first I gotta figure out what I'm doing with all these. Simply because I was gonna build this particular enclosure tonight. But, as it turns out, there's some stuff in the DLC pack that got announced that I want for that enclosure. So it's going to wait. And I'm going to work on these for the next while. And I'm going to get some boreal forest around the western edge, which I'm also going to add to my list of things to do. Boreal forest on west edge. Currently what I'm doing is I'm treating my castle, my entrance area as north, and everything goes from there. So like this, like leading off from the castle is the central zone. Over there's the east. This is the west that I am working in right now. And that's just the planning. But yes, much planning. I know I have enclosures there. What I'm putting in them, I'll figure that out, I guess. This one is going to be a particular thorn in my side. I'm going to say that this is either a 1000 or a 500. Possibly what I do is I put in an oblong that is 500, and then down the slope it's just going to be plants next to the train tracks, so they don't have animals on both sides. That may well serve me much better than like trying to use the entire space for an enclosure, because either I end up with like a cliff so that the people on the path can actually see the whole thing, or I end up with like the animals not being visible because they're down the hill. I don't like either of those prospects. So yeah, problems for future Foxwine, and boy, there are a lot of problems to be had. As especially getting these walls to meet up is going to be difficult. Getting the bamboo on the outside of all of this is also going to be a bit interesting. But, you know, problems for future Foxwine, I'm sure she'll be able to deal with it. She's pretty good at that sort of thing. Yeah. And of course there is the decor around the hyenas, which I'm also going to add to the list. Decor around _ hyenas. Because like this, all this blank grass area around them is now set in stone and therefore must be made pretty. Oh, and I need the dirt under the train track because I didn't do that either, and I just officially ran out of paper. I will fix that off stream. I'm just gonna make a note in the margin, dirt around / under train track in west. Okay, so I lapped off the bottom of my piece of paper because my ongoing list has been so long, but I will fix that in between streams. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save, because man, I've done a lot of work tonight, and I battled my train tracks and my terraforming and my paths so much tonight. The horror is real. So very real. And yeah, I will figure this out, one by hook or by crook. And you know what? Copy this and also put it over here, because I'm also considering that plan. Is just making an oblong of 500. Sometimes I overlap things because I'm like, I need a little bit more than what I have, or I need a weird shape. And sometimes I overlap things because I'm like, I could use one or the other, and hopefully future me remembers which one is which. But once again, problems for future me. So this is where I am going to be calling it a night, because it is nearly midnight, and I did say that I was going to stop at midnight. I always say I'm going to stop at midnight. Sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. Today, I am closer than I have been. But you know, if you just cannot get enough of my Planet Zoo building and the ideas that I have been putting forward, or you want to see more details of stuff that I flew over tonight, good news! I keep my previous streams archived on my YouTube channel, and the entire building of Zoo Nocturne here, or the Nocturne Zoo, I can never decide which way around I prefer it, is on that YouTube channel, except for last week's. There has been a bit of a technological bobble, mostly due to heatwave, in getting up my most recent streams. I hope to have them up on the upcoming scheduled days for the various streams, but we shall see. The plan is to actually get them up there, though, so they will be. But the good news is that there are playlists on that channel for anything that I have streamed twice or more. There is literally thousands of hours to keep you busy with the sound of my voice until the next time that I am live, which is going to be Wednesday night at as close to, around 7:15 or so. The exact time is a little wobbly because it depends on when people get together and how many we have. I will be playing either Among Us or 100% Orange Juice or possibly Scribble It with my friends, depending on how many people show up. Among Us is the game that we play when we have the largest number of participants. 100% Orange Juice is the game that we play when we have the smallest number of participants, because that one is 4 players or less. It is a board game that is basically Anime Mario Party, except much more chaotic, because there's fighting and bosses, and each of the 100 characters has their own power, and not all of those powers are dice related, unlike Mario Party. So it can get pretty crazy sometimes, and we have a lot of fun with it. But if we have too many people for 100% Orange Juice, but not quite enough for Among Us, that's when we pull out Scribble It. It is a Pictionary style game where one person draws, everyone else tries desperately to remember how to spell what they think that person is drawing, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins the game. And then around 10:15 or 10:20 or so, when my friends abandon me, because apparently you need to sleep at night in order to be able to work in the morning, or so they tell me, that's when I switch over to my solo Valheim server, where I am crashing around doing my best. What am I doing my best at right now? Taming wolves. I have a couple of wolves trapped in a wolf taming pit, and I've been throwing meat at them and hoping that they will love me. And once they love me, I will be transporting them back to my base, to the beautiful barn that I built for them. And then finally, I will be entering the plains biome. Well, at least putting a toe in. I plan to pick around the edges to start with, and once I pick an adequate edge to have a look at. So we'll see how that goes. Can I get all of that done in one stream that's only about 2 hours? Maybe, probably not. But I'm going to try. I'm going to get as much done as I can, and we'll see. I will be getting to the plains soon. I've been in prep for a long time now, but assuming that this heat wave has ended, because I cannot play action games in this heat. I'm sorry, I would melt into a puddle of fox. It would not be pretty. It would be very, very bad. So assuming that this heat wave that I'm currently in has eased, I will be playing Valheim and hopefully finishing off taming those wolves. Then I will be back again on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing Jusant for what is temporarily being called Try Not to Fall Thursday. I have taken a brief break from Oxygen Not Included because the new DLC destabilized the game a little bit, as new DLCs tend to do, so I'm just giving it some time to restabilize while I play a climbing game that gives me anxiety. I have a bit of a fear of falling, so playing a game where you climb a basically vertical mountain may not have been the best personal choice, but it is a gorgeous game and very well done, and I intend to try and finish it this upcoming Thursday. So we'll see on all counts how well I do with that. And then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3, where I'm going to attempt to find a spy, or an assassin spy. Definitely one of those, maybe a combination of the above, maybe a combination of the combination. We shall see. And also talk to as many NPCs as have names, and try maybe to figure out why I've just found a place through a gate that is covered in blood. There is so much blood. It is concerning, and I think I would like to know exactly what's going on there, because that is awfully close to the city, so I would like some answers. So that's the plan for Baldur's Gate. And then next Monday night, oh, it's saying the wrong thing, because next Monday night is the last Monday of June. Where did this month go? On the last Monday of the month, I actually play Wildermyth for a couple of hours before I switch over to my management game. So on the next Monday, I will be starting my stream with Wildermyth, which is an RPG that is very special. It is one where the overarching plot that you play pretty much remains the same from playthrough to playthrough, but the way that your characters develop and evolve is kind of chosen by RNG a bit. RNG picks a little story bit and what character that particular story bit is going to happen to, and then my choices within that side quest, side story, whatever, decide how the character is affected, what happens to them, sometimes what skills they get or what skills they forget. So it is very unique in that way. It's the only RPG that I've found that is like that. It's also got a gorgeous sort of paper art style that I really love and some beautiful background cello music. So I play about 3-ish hours of that on the last Monday of every month, just to savor the game and make it last a while. And then I switch over and do about 3-ish hours in whatever management game I happen to be playing, which right now is Planet Zoo, because there is always more animals to put into the Zoo Nocturne. So that is the upcoming schedule for my week, all the games that I'm going to be playing and everything that I plan to be doing in those games, no matter how nebulous some of those plans may be, or how incomplete some of those plans may be, she said, because I can still see my Planet Zoo and all of these enclosures staring at me accusingly. So I will hopefully figure a bunch of that stuff out in between streams of Planet Zoo and have all that worked out, but you know, whether or not I have a plan next time I go in, I'm certain to have some fun. And I've had so much fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!